cars, usually, right? So that's a container with a fixed volume. 36 psi is the X value inside of it. So now the question I have is, do you have a demonstration of gas pressure in the X value form? Do you have a demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity? Do you have a demonstration of this?
Yes, the Earth. And I couldn't show you consistent gas pressure
so
without a
that's a fallacy
container.
within itself. Which fallacy is that, Crypto? Affirming the consequence fallacy?
Circular reasoning. If you want.
Look. Hold on. It's really, hold on. It's really easy. It's really fucking easy. It's. I swear to God, it's really easy. Look, put it this way, okay? If you're gonna say that gravity is a stronger force that will keep the gases contained than the force that the gases will escape, look at a fucking. It's so simple. A soda can, okay? When you open it, the soda can will equalize around your room that you open it up, so that way the fucking can doesn't crush and all the liquid pours out. It equalizes so those gases escape, okay? And it equalizes to keep the form of your soda can. Now, if what you're saying was true, then the gravity would keep those gases in the can. But we know that that's not what happens. So wake up and realize that what you're stating.
Yeah. So I'm sorry, I don't. But let's go back to. I just wanted to further my point, bring it to like its conclusion. So again, with the question of if you have a demonstration of gas pressure without a container due to gravity in the X value form, a consistent form of gas pressure due to gravity, all right? So you said the Earth itself. Now you see, the thing is, the problem with that is that's so you see, it's a blind belief. If I were to believe that the vacuum of space exists above my head, I don't believe it. I'll admit I don't believe that it exists above my head. But if I were to believe that the vacuum of space exists somewhere above my head, a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum, trillions of miles across, right? If I were to believe that this place exists, this medium existed above my head, it would be a mere blind belief, right? So the thing is, in order for this to not be a mere blind belief that gravity could contain the gas, or I'm sorry, it's a mere. If I were to believe that gravity was containing the gas here on Earth, that gas pressure here on the surface of the Earth was caused by gravity, it would be a mere blind belief on my part that such a thing is causing the gas pressure. But if I had a practical demonstration of it, if someone could somehow, some way use gravity to contain gas and show me gas pressure without a container due to gravity here on the surface of the Earth. So like take, for instance, 36 psi around the rim of your car without the tire due to gravity. You know, if someone could demonstrate that, then I would have a logical reason to assume that it may be possible that the gas pressure that I'm breathing here could be caused by gravity, potentially. But until I see a demonstration of that, it would be just a mere blind belief on my part that such a thing could exist anywhere.
I get what you're saying, man. But then why does why, as you go higher in altitude, is there less pressure?
I'll tell you. You see, that's delta X. So what I was asking for you originally was X, but what you're now referring to is called delta X. That is the gas pressure gradient, and this exists within any system that has two or more gases in it. And the air we breathe is made up of about 8 gases.
There is also a further problem with that, of course, in that you believe that gravity is holding air to the Earth, right?
Hold up 1 second, my man. So can you explain that a little bit more for me? So if there is a container that holds more than one gas, there will always be a temperature gradient?
Well, I wasn't saying temperature gradient. That's
my bad.
Different.
I misspoke.
Pressure
gradient.
Pressure gradient. So, but to answer your question directly, the answer is simply yes. It's actually a very funny thing that I actually recently, only a few months ago, found out about the laws of physics. But apparently, inside of a system, in the gaseous part, not the liquid, not the solid, but only the gas part, the gaseous part, inside of a system, like take, for instance, a hydrogen tank or an oxygen tank, in the area where it's only gas, compressed gas, as long as it is only one element, there will actually be no pressure gradient. But the very moment that there is even just a small amount of another gas introduced in that system, a pressure gradient will immediately form, to be delta X.
Do you know what's a really good example? A really good example of that is a coker. You know what a coker is?
Cocaine?
No. A
You used
coker.
to snort cocaine. Oh, okay.
No. Okay. So in factories, in refineries, they have cokers, and they actually purposely create. They put one particular element, a particular gas, in a coker, and with the temperature, they heat it up, and it creates a byproduct. And this is how they make different elements through a coker. And in a coker, mind you, it's enclosed. There's a container, and it will produce like 4 to 5, even 6 different elements because of the pressure gradient of which he's speaking about. I love that he brought that up because a coker is a perfect example of this crazy, awesome reality that we live in. Because once you start adding heat to one element, the byproduct of it is another element, and then when you add heat at that level, it creates another element, another gas. So this is how refineries work, and it's a perfect example of what we're talking about. Maybe look into it. Maybe.
I'm looking at the Wikipedia page for a coker unit right now, and this looks.
Yeah, there you go. Look it up, and they're going to tell you that a coker. It will have different pressure gradients, and dependent on that particular pressure going on at a certain elevation, it will then create a gradient, and there's a byproduct of that gas. But the key here, buddy, the key is that a coker is enclosed. If you took the top off of a coker, you wouldn't get these pressure gradients, and you wouldn't get these elements formed from the temperature that it's creating, because all that gas would escape into the air. That's what we're trying to tell you.
Yeah, there is also. I just wanted to expand on what I was kind of.
How do you spell coker?
Coker.
Yeah, so I just wanted to expand on as well. Rhinoceros.
I worked on them plenty of times. Go ahead. Sorry.
Am I coming through? Right, okay. Rhinoceros, do you believe that gas is being held to the Earth by gravity, right?
Yes.
Do you believe that the strength of gravity is inverse to the distance from whichever atom or whatever it is? In terms of its distance from that point?
Do I think the strength of gravity is inverse to the distance?
Yeah.
Distance to what?
To the
mass of the Earth?
To the thing that it's pulling, right? So you got the mass of the Earth, and then like the oxygen or whatever that's in the air.
So the force due to gravity is inversely proportional to the distance. So
yeah,
it means if you get so the radius is squared, right? So if you double the radius, then So yes, I guess is what you're saying.
It's the inverse square. I didn't know if you knew what the inverse square law was. So whatever.
Yes.
Yes, okay, so that creates a problem for you, because the gases in the upper atmosphere on the globe would actually be the ones that were least tightly held by quote-unquote gravity, and also closest to the quote-unquote vacuum of space, and would, if there was enough strength to bring the oxygen molecule up, say 1 meter, it would then continue on, because there would be no mechanism to pull it back.
Whoa. The gases that are higher up in the atmosphere are farther away from the mass of the Earth. Therefore, there's less gravitational force. So there would be less molecules being held at that distance.
Yeah, exactly. That's the problem. Because if the gas is prepared to rise up that far, there would be no mechanism to stop it carrying on.
No, you're confused. So
no, I'm not confused.
So
promise
I think I don't think you understand. So like the closer that, say, a gas molecule is to the surface of the Earth, the more gravitational force it will feel, right? The farther away it is, just like you were saying, that the distance is inversely proportional, or the force is inversely proportional to distance. So the farther away you get from the surface of the Earth, the less gravitational force you will feel. And it's the Earth is not pushing it away. You were saying that there would be nothing to stop it continuing on.
Yeah,
it's completely the opposite. There's not enough force to pull it back or to pull it towards the Earth.
Right. So if it's already traveling in the upwards direction,
it's not traveling. It's already there.
Well, it is if it's rising.
It's not rising.
It's not rising.
What? So air doesn't rise?
Well, hot air rises.
That's something.
No, air less dense than other air rises relative to the more dense air. Always.
Helium.
Yeah, of course.
Does helium not rise?
Okay. So if this gas has risen a certain way, there's no mechanism through gravity.
Besides clouds.
Okay, but that's humidity. That's a different issue. Like, if this molecule, let's just say that it stays at the same humidity the whole way up, whatever. There's no mechanism through gravity to stop it from continuing into the vacuum. And that is on a still globe that isn't moving anywhere. You then have to add that in as well.
So no, I mean, if you're talking about helium, so you're saying you release some helium here on the surface of the Earth. Can I just finish? Just let me finish. If you release some helium on the surface of the Earth, and yes, it's going to rise, it's going to go above, since it's less dense than most things on the surface of the Earth, it's going to move upwards, right? And you're asking me, why doesn't it continue on and then move into the vacuum of space?
I think you're confused because you now think that this environment is static and covered somehow.
I'm just trying to understand what you're asking me right now.
Yeah, I'm asking you what the mechanism is that stops gas that can rise from the surface of Earth upwards, and that applies to even oxygen, right? Because oxygen isn't all at the base. It's not all at like 10 centimeters above the ground. There's oxygen everywhere, right? And there's nitrogen, there's other elements, and there's a dynamic system with all these different gases, and they're constantly mixing, right? So some gas is going up, others are going down constantly. But if a gas is going up, and then there's less gravity to pull it back down again, according to your model, there's no reason for it not to continue all the way up and go straight into this vacuum of space.
So can I make a quick analogy here that might help him? So you know how if you have a flashlight when you're camping out in the woods with your buddy or out in the desert, and if your buddy walks away with you with the flashlight, or you know he's just pointing the flashlight and he's just standing, you just walk away from your buddy. All right, after a mile or two, you're not going to see the light from the flashlight anymore, right? Correct? You follow me?
Yeah, I don't know how this relates to gas pressure at all, but go ahead.
It's not. Well, it's relating to what crypto is trying to explain to you, which is that the inverse square law of light would make it so if after a couple miles you're not going to see any light from that flashlight, or after a few miles you're not going to see any light from that flashlight. All right, and so. What he's trying to say is that same inverse square law, hypothetically, in the globe model, would apply to the gravity of the globe. As you get further away from the surface of the globe Earth, gravity would affect you less, including the gas. The gas, say, is contained by gravity.
Exactly. Like, how is the thinnest gases being contained by the weakest amounts of force?
Sounds great. This was fun, guys. I'm gonna try and go to sleep, dude.
Cool. So no
answer. I always love talking with you guys. It's fun.
No answer.
Cool. I always learn.
I hope you learned something.
I do. I did.
So with what I said, does that at least bring some light to your, indoctrinated, belief that somehow, some way, gravity's in effect here, but honestly not, because it would then defy these laws based upon your understanding of it? Like, come on, man, you have to come to a realization that that there's something quirky about it, man. You have to at least admit that.
No, there's nothing quirky about it, and it can all be explained and measured. And that we have equations to measure things and make predictions. So,
bro, can you define equation for me?
Can you guys using purely density? Oh, this is a great question. Using purely density, can you tell me the amount of time it'll take for something to fall?
You're not just going to ignore my question, my dude. Can you define equation for me?
Sure. An equation is... Oh, Jesus. So an equation is a series of functions that you perform on... functions you perform on... Fuck, dude, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a statement that the values of two mathematical expressions are equal. So we try to balance it, right? So how do you measure something with an equation?
That's not what I was saying. I'm saying we have
literally the exact words that came out of your mouth were.
And I misspoke. My fault, dude. I'm tired. I'm so done talking about this.
Well, that's a good thing. It's okay. Like it's okay to misspeak. Like it's not a big deal.
Yeah.
That's a.
I just hope you learn something, man. I hope that a little light may have gone off in your head to make you even like just rethink of what you like, stand true to in your own mind, because clearly things aren't adding up, even in your equations. And if you want to try to like come at it from an intelligent discussion going on, like don't hand wave or disregard the claims and the points that have been made, because if you can at least admit to yourself that something's going on that isn't making sense, like at least that's progress.
Bro, I did actually have a point that I wanted to make. I didn't want to just like nail you on misspeaking, because I know you misspoke. That's why I brought it up. The point that I wanted to make is that people often come in with hubris and they start to kind of say things that don't really make sense, such as I measured something with a calculation, or I measured it with an equation, or blah, 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 right? Because people instinctively know that measurements are they're an evidence of sorts, whereas a calculation isn't. And so they conflate the two, and they say, well, a calculation is a measurement, or a calculation is close enough to a measurement that I can say that they're the same thing. The problem is, of course, is that they aren't. And if you want to have that kind of level of confidence in the things such as, I know the Earth's a globe because I measured it, right? You can't just calculate it and then assert that calculation has any bearing on reality. And this is where the confidence comes from, is either the misunderstanding or maybe in the more deviously minded, like they know that they're doing this, right? I'm not saying either way for you. But they're conflating this kind of maths with reality. And that's the issue, is that maths isn't reality. And you can't make it reality. It might be able to explain parts of reality and describe parts of reality, but it isn't fundamentally the same thing.
I think I understand what you're saying, but I think what I would say to that is that I can use the force equals mass times acceleration. I can use these equations to determine when I drop something from a specific height, the amount of time it will take before it hits the ground. I can use that, right? Oh, and I can make predictions. And so...
But that's because you already observed that. So now you've taken something that is evidentially true, and you've then described that mathematically, right? So the evidence comes first, and then the maths comes second. Do you see what I'm saying? So you can't just say, well, the maths is true, therefore reality must be true. Now you have to have the reality first, and then the maths is true. Now, an example of misusing the F equals MA is I could say, well, I know that F equals MA, and that's because there are tiny invisible unicorns pulling things down. And I know that that's true because F equals MA is predictable, right? Well, I mean, the maths is circular within the frame of dropping something. That doesn't mean that that's because unicorns are pulling it down. Do you see what I'm saying? So people attach these kind of mechanisms to this maths because the maths and the predictions kind of work. They then attach mechanisms that don't really have anything to do with anything. And in this case, that's gravity.
Okay, so if I were to ask you, if I drop something from 10 meters above the ground, how long will it take to hit the ground? Can you tell me that right now? Can you give me the value? Okay, go ahead.
Can you tell me how that proves a ball Earth?
I'm not talking about that. I want to answer this.
That's what I'm saying. So if it's 10 meters, presumably you're referring to 9.81 meters per second squared. So if it's 10 meters, it'd probably take a second, right? Depending on what. But I don't know. I'd have to.
Why are you using that for acceleration?
Well, because it's 1 meter, so 1 squared is 1.
Why are you assuming that things fall to the ground at 9.81 meters per second?
Well, they actually don't, but it's an agreed upon average.
Man, this agreed upon average again.
Well, you said an item. You didn't specify the item.
It doesn't necessarily apply to a feather or a bowling ball. It's an average.
Dude, I was going to show you guys my code for my experiment. Can I post a picture in the live stream chat? I actually want to get your guys' opinion because this is something I want to prove. I want to run an experiment, see with my own eyes.
Where?
Can I post a picture?
Yeah, sure.
Boom, dude. And I can go through this and explain this. So look, using 2 ultrasonic.
What language is this?
This is basically C, but it's using the Arduino framework. So using an Arduino microcontroller, we can take 2 ultrasonic distance sensors and set them up to determine when and set them up like kind of in a line. So you have one kind of at the top and then one at the bottom, and then you'll drop a ball, right? And as the ball passes the first ultrasonic distance sensor, we start a timer. You can see that on line 23. We start the time, and then as it passes the second one, the one at the bottom, we can stop the time, or we can stop the timer, and we can, subtract the end time from the start time to determine how long it took for this object to drop the distance between the sensors. Okay, and now it is my hypothesis that no matter what I drop, if it's something that we can ignore air resistance, so I'm talking things that are sort of heavy, right? So like a block of aluminum or a block of lead or like a piece of plastic or like a book.
A pen.
I'm just looking around my room right now. I can drop all of these and they will all hit the ground at the exact same time. Or the measurement.
You're basically jumping off the edge of a cliff, and I feel like I can save you if I stop you here. The agreed upon average is because those measurements are different over the Earth. So if you were to have a specific place where you measured that, then it may well be consistent, but that wouldn't necessarily disprove the agreed upon average thing, which is what I think you're trying to do. So it's a different argument.
So you're saying I need to move around to different places on the Earth and do the same?
Yeah, that's why it's an agreed upon average, is because it's measured differently in different parts of the Earth.
Well, because the air is denser in different places than others, so things are going to fall.
Yeah, I mean, it's impossible to say exactly why, but it is for sure not always 9.8.
I always find it so funny that they always negate the fact that this so-called gravity force is so much weaker than the force of expansion, and why they can't understand that or at least accept it baffles me. But they have to come to grips that this is reality, and their false claim of gravity doesn't even work in our reality, because there are so many things that defy it. It's fucking comical at this point.
I can tell you what this will prove. It'll prove to you that density has nothing to do with the acceleration towards the surface of the Earth.
So we talked about it earlier, being the object and medium relationship, Rhinoceros. Damn, you're still here? But it was like 10 o'clock for me. It's like 2 o'clock in the morning now, so you've been on here talking about the very same thing for that long. So I think crypto had you on a really good path. I think if you stay on what he's been saying, it's kind of leading you to a better understanding, so that you don't do something that's kind of like a fruitless endeavor, or you're going to try to do something that everybody already knows just for the sake of doing it. Like, I don't know, maybe just for your own curiosity or whatever. But I mean,
yeah, I don't know what did this for the end game. It's kind of
well, like I don't know what the end game is either. Like, I'm kind of confused on the end game. Like, what are you trying to achieve of the purpose of your whatever you're doing?
My little experiment. I mean, it's mainly just for fun, to be honest. I mess around with the microcontroller, but also at the same time, it'll just show that no matter what you drop, a different weight. You know, if you can ignore air resistance, everything will drop at the same acceleration.
Yeah, but you're gonna just get a confirmation bias, and you're not gonna really understand that what crypto was saying is that what we understand is it's an agreed upon average, meaning that it's not going to be the same everywhere, and that's even known for your, like, let's say the mainstream rhetoric. They even say that because gold weighs differently in different places of the world. Do you know that? Or maybe you do, maybe you don't. But like, there's weights that are like, you know, you have to measure things differently in different places, man. It's well known. It's well established, public information. You know, I mean, it's not like secret or something taboo. It's just,
I mean, what range are we talking here? Like, what you say, it's agreed upon average. What's the high and what's the low here?
Yeah, it's like somewhere between 9.77 and 9.85, something like that. I can't remember the exact ranges.
Did you say that one more time? You cut out.
Yeah.
It's not a huge variation. It's something like 9.77 to 9.85. I'd have to check up again, but it's significantly different because you're talking about an exponent function, right?
Okay, so I mean, so they're pretty close together, but really what I'm trying to nail down here is that no matter how dense an object is, it does not affect the rate of acceleration. That's really just what I'm trying to say. It may be different in different parts of the Earth. It doesn't matter. Density has nothing to do with how fast things fall to the ground.
So, I mean, what's the...
Yeah, it's an object and medium relationship. We've discussed this in kind of a easy to digest form, which with the experiment using the egg inside of water and fresh water, and then you can put some salt in there, and with that control, you add salt to the medium of water, and the egg rises. Like we said this before, it's something easy to do. You can use an egg, and you can see the object and medium relationship happen like right before your eyes. You see the egg rising in the water, whereas before it would sink. So it's object and medium relationship always. That you can't get away from that. It's always going to be an object in a medium. And so whatever you're trying to use right now, whatever contraption you're building, it's still going to have the object and medium relationship within that. So that's never going away. And so you have to use whatever you can to kind of like see how you can manipulate the medium, and then see if it doesn't have an effect on the object.
Yeah, so, well, that's like an old trick about how to tell if your eggs are fresh, right? So say you've got 12 eggs in a batch or whatever, and you've had them a week, so you're thinking, I don't know if they're dodgy or whatever. You put them in a bowl of water, and the fresh ones sink to the bottom, and the ones that aren't really good enough to eat, they float. And the reason for that is because when it's no good to eat, it's emitted a certain amount of gas because it's broken down too far. And therefore it's less dense than the air and you shouldn't eat it, right? So this is simple, obvious stuff.
What's obvious, too, is that if we're talking about water and you drop two things of different densities, the more dense object will move through the water faster than the less dense one in water. So why does not the same thing happen when you're in air?
Well, I think it's about, again, the relationship that you've got. So water is significantly more dense than air. And so the relationship with dense objects in a dense medium is going to be, there's going to be a closer relationship in their densities. Whereas air is already, I don't know what the exact maths is, but it's, magnitudes less dense than water. And so the relationship with any dense object and air will be roughly the same.
It's really a shame that you just can't grasp reality, bro. I'm not gonna lie. It's really a shame because you have this bias that you have to hold on to, and that's fine. That's fair. You know, it is what it is. But it's just like even like simply, you should at least be able to recognize that like these things, they don't add up in your world. If anything, it destroys your world. But why you can't grasp that, I don't know. I hope eventually you do that.
Doesn't, dude. And you know, if you feel bad for me, or you know, that's fine, man. I gotta be honest, dude. I could really give a shit what you think.
True,
I mean, I'm not trying to say that to be mean. I'm just saying, like, to be honest, it's just there's a reason why, like, majority of people don't believe the Earth is flat, boys. I'm sorry.
Well, it's because we've been censored and false information has been put out there.
I'll be right back. Can you guys give me a second? I'm sorry. 1 second.
No, this is what this is psychological, guys. That's all it is. Yeah. And the reason why he can't come to grips right now is because he's fighting that cognitive dissonance, man. It kicked in like maybe I would say probably 2 hours ago or more, because he was on a roll. He was really getting it.
It was more.
All of a sudden, it probably went downhill. You know, with he's just now in full denial. There's no way.
He was on Bigfoot mode, and that photos and videos are realistic. Like that. That's what we've been dealing with since the beginning. Like.
Oh, you've been here with him, Pumpkin, the whole time. Okay. Well, yeah.
This is Shines, but Pumpkin was here as well. I remember seeing Pumpkin here.
Shines has been on the graveyard shift, haven't you, Shines?
I have. That's the only time I feel like I can come in here and be like, "What's that?"
You know what's crazy is that I think that we've given enough examples to pick apart what he, believes in. And no knock on you, bro, but it's just like at this point, he's right. It's cog dis. You're not accepting reality.
Can we do the Selenelian eclipse next? Can we bring that up to him?
His mind is already like torn down to shreds, man. Like, to be honest, anymore he's just gonna gonna go full spiral and probably get rage quit or something. Like his mind is already like we're just running over. It's running over right now. He's overflowing with this cog dis. Like, so I don't know how much more we can pack into there. Like,
how about that denying that vacuums suck? Like, any kid can tell you that a vacuum sucks.
Exactly.
Yeah, like I said, any which way we
can I address that?
No, that he's actually correct on that when he's talking about the vacuum.
That is literally what a vacuum is, and that's what sucking is. When you suck with your teeth, you're creating a vacuum in your mouth.
Yeah, you can
create a vacuum in your lungs when you breathe. That's what a vacuum is. It sucks.
Yeah, that is happening, but it's also when you're talking about a vacuum, when you're talking about like the vacuum of space or the vacuums that they're talking about, it's just seeking equilibrium, right? Like it's not something where something else is like sucking on it. It's legitimately just seeking.
That's literally what the sucking is, though. It's the lack of anything. That is what is creating the suction.
This reminds me.
Hold on.
I need to get
Shines.
Yo, can I get in for a sec?
Yeah, go ahead. I'll go after.
This reminds me of I remember we had a debate on this server before, which was like, if you pull a door on the door handle, are you pushing it or pulling it, right? Well, the answer is kind of both, right? So you could say colloquially that you are pulling the door handle, but if you actually analyze what's happening in your hand, you are reaching around the other side and pushing from the other side in order to pull the door open, right? So I think this is a similar thing that's going on in this discussion, is like, it is suction. I mean, according to the dictionary definitions, suction works. When they say, "Oh, it's not suction," it's kind of a red herring, because what they're saying is that, well, the gas is moving into the available space, which is also so true. It's the same thing.
That's literally what suction is.
Well, that's my point, right? So it's one of those things where actually both sides are right, and I don't know why they argue it.
Well, I know because he said that it's not suction, which it is.
Yeah. I was talking about the guy.
It is same but different. There is something specific.
You guys hear me? 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2.
I can hear you. Go on.
All right. So, no, I was just gonna say that the guy Rhinoceros, like, he's really worn down. I think any more, and we're just gonna be like defeating the purpose of like talking to him about something constructive. So you can if you want to, but like he already said, he's really tired, and he's been on here from what I know to be like at least 4 hours. So unless you want to, do another fruitless endeavor and take him down another path, it's up to you guys. But I can just recognize that he's fried pretty much like right now from the conversation. So it's time to disconnect and let him go, for the night. And not unless you guys want to continue and push forward and see what else you can break through. I don't know. It's just like I can sense that it's not going to be a beneficial conversation for him to continue forward. But it's up to you guys.
Just real quick, I just want to elaborate on what I was going to tell Shines. So Shines, this whole sucking concept, again, let's take it down to reality. When I open up a can of Coke, is the room sucking the gas out?
Dude, come on. Apocryphon, you've been around here long enough to know the push and pull, to know the equilibrium, that it is not like a vacuum cleaner in our house that is legitimately sucking up stuff. It is completely different. And if you guys want to take it to that level and start having a conversation where we're going to change the game and all of a sudden a vacuum chamber is literally sucking things into it, we can do that. We can change what we've been talking about for the past.
But that's literally what it does, though.
No, it's not. It's not a vacuum cleaner, bro.
Let me explain this way, okay? So let me put it this way. The back door of the house, okay? When I open that door, there's another door in the kitchen that always like shakes, okay? And no one's touching it, no one's doing anything. It's just that for some reason it always happens. The pressure that's being created when I open the back door, it forces itself in to come to an equilibrium, to pressurize the inside of the house to the outside. And it always moves that
Even
door.
with the soda can that you represented earlier, Donato posted a soda can. When you click that soda can open, is that soda can sucking air into it? Is the air outside of it sucking the air outside of it? No, it's seeking equilibrium. It's not a vacuum cleaner.
Yes. No.
Use it in the same reference.
No. Hold on though. God. But what I'm saying though is the act of these things becoming like equal to its environment is technically what we can, like, as a human being, you would say, oh, that's what we would call a suck, right?
Yeah,
but like you're right. Maybe you don't want to call it sucking. That's fine. But
that's like you saying you don't want to call it pushing because really it's applying force in one direction and the thing that you're applying force to moves. Like, that's pushing.
Right.
That's pushing.
Right. And so there is an invisible force going on that's making things become equal in pressure. And if a baller wants to say,
buddy, I think you're getting ahead of yourself.
If a baller wants to say that this, go ahead.
You said invisible force doing it. I was like, you're just making an observation of a phenomenon,
right?
So when you said invisible force is making this happen, it's like, what are you talking about?
Okay. So for instance, what's making the door in the living room shake that's next to the kitchen when the back door is open? What is that? Obviously it's invisible because I can't see it, but something is making it shake. It always goes boom. Like I could do it right now, like live right now. I could like screen share and show or FaceTime or whatever and show you guys when you open the door, the door by the living room, it shakes. It goes boom. It always makes a noise because the inside of the house is trying to like equal the pressure from the outside of the house, and it always does that.
All right, dude, you said this. You're repeating yourself. Chill. You're repeating yourself. Let someone else talk.
We know that, but the point isn't about whether that phenomenon is happening in your house. Everyone already believes that, right?
Okay.
The point is about the terminology being employed, and I think that the term "suck" and the term "equilibrate" are more or less the same.
I agree.
Okay, well then we can
might even say equilibriate is not even really a term that people use.
So imagine this. Imagine this. When you open the door, okay, the outside is going to suck the air from inside outside, and then it creates an equilibrium. It's literally a suction, no different than a suction cup. Okay, the suction cup is that's all it's doing. It's just grabbing the air that is in its little cup, and it's trying to equalize itself to the outside. That's all it's doing. Literally, a suction cup proves it. Literally.
Yeah, so I just looked up equilibriate in the dictionary. It says to bring into or keep in equilibrium. So
right.
Yeah,
I think they're one and the same. I think they're one and the same too.
Yeah.
Well, so it applies to a lot more things than gas pressures.
Right, but it does certainly apply in this sense. Like
no different than if you popped a hole in your tire. It's obviously going to release a gas, right, or release the air from within the tire, right? And then the reason why it's escaping that tire is because it's trying to equalize itself to be the pressure around it. Otherwise, it would explode, right? Like, come on, guys.
Yeah, we all know this, dude. Like, no one's questioning the phenomena. We're talking about the terminology.
Yeah. Because he was uncomfortable with the term suck because it makes it too obvious that space isn't real, I think.
Right, exactly. He can't accept that term because let's take away the word suck.
I don't accept that term. It has nothing to do with me being a baller.
That's fine, Shines. You're a baller. That's okay. I'm gonna hit you on that later.
I know. I said it has nothing to do with me being a baller because I'm not a baller apocrypha.
No, I know. I'm joking. I'm kidding.
I know you're joking.
But here's the thing, though, Shines. Here's the thing, though. Let's take away the word suck. Okay. Now let's imply that. Well, then, if you have an atmosphere, okay, and you have gases next to a vacuum. The gases should equalize with this negative 10 to the 7th negative torr, whatever it is, and it should then, no different than a soda can, those gases should escape into this void, and then we would have this. It would suck all the air out, no different than a soda can. That's all I'm saying.
All right. Well, it's been fun, but I have work and my kids have school tomorrow. So, ciao.
Bye.
Yeah.
Later.
Have a good one.
Good night, Shines.
That was fun. Good night. Thanks.
No, that was Pumpkin, not Shines.
That was Pumpkin, not Shines.
Sorry.
I know all of us girls sound the same, but have a good one.
Well, I want to say that
Good night, Pumpkin.
Pressure freaking out and vacuum sucking in. I think it's just an equalizing. I think they're both doing something.
Well, here's what I trip out on.
It's pressing out the gas, but really it's equal. It's an equal exchange. I don't see why that's an argument.
Well, here's what I'm tripping out on. When kids do experiments in their high school classes and they want to create a vacuum environment, what do? They suck out the air of the box of which they've, set up, and they're recreating a vacuum. So technically, the vacuum is sucking out the air from their little plastic box that they built. So again, sucking and equal, I'm so drunk right now. Sorry. Equalizing the pressure. It's the same thing. It's the same principle. But ballers, they just can't accept that because then it takes away their belief. I guess at the end of the day.
Guys, can I ask on behalf of 80% of everyone else listening that we just move on to a more interesting topic?
I would definitely agree.
Yeah, I'm gonna grab another beer. By the way, okay, go.
Anything at all?
I'm actually off to sleep as well, so you guys have a great night and
Good
don't
night,
suck, okay? Don't be sucky Suckersons. All right, have a good one.
Night, Shines.
Which girl is it? Who am I saying bye to?
Shines.
Shines. I know, exactly. Have a good one, y'all. I'll talk to you soon.
Good night.
She's gone from suck to blow.
I love that movie. I feel like that movie's like purposely pointing out the comedy of how people think that the world is actually.
Well, I mean, like obviously, in you got Mega Maid and you got a few of the other kind of comedy elements, but there's a fucking barrier holding the Earth's atmosphere in, and then they open the barrier, and then the atmosphere fucking leaves.
Exactly. So what's his name? Mel Brooks knew what's up. Mel Brooks knew what's up. That's why he fucking did that in his movie.
Yeah, of course, yeah. They were saying, look how absurd what you believe is, because this is actually what would happen.
Correct. Imagine if we all lived in a coker, okay? We all lived in a coker, and somebody cut the top off a coker. All the gas would just shoot out from the top. That is literally a simple explanation of the world that we live in, compared to the world that ballers live in. Like, literally.
All right, yeah. Well, I mean, it all comes down to the fact that they think, like, I'm pretty sure that maybe not the argument, but the thought process of the Glober is entirely begging the question. Like, every single argument they make seems to start with, or at least maybe not the arguments, but certainly the thought processes seem to start with, I already know the Earth's a globe, therefore. And then they go from that kind of, that's the axiom that they think is already self-evident. When
Right. And that's the only position they could stand on. So everything you say that negates that position, they won't accept because simply it negates their position. And they can't accept that. They can't.
Oh, there's also something, I don't know if Miggy's still in here, but Miggy was picking up on the psychology element of it. What's interesting as well is that you notice that Rhinoceros at the end there, when he didn't really have anything, started saying, he was making more general kind of psychological points, which is
bro.
Things like, I'd like to address these with you. Well, mate, I'm not afraid to talk to you directly. Don't worry about that. But you were saying stuff like, oh, well, there's a reason that most people believe in a globe, right? Well, I mean, the implication of that statement is that people are clever and have done their own research, right? Which, of course, isn't the case. Most people just go on the media narrative, the media, dare I say, echo chamber, which tells them that they live on a ball. And of course they live on a ball because all of these clever people have figured it out. And of course clever people never lie, and certainly they don't lie in order to maintain well-paying careers, and being able to go to parties with other people in their fields and whatnot. No one would ever lie about that, of course, but on top of that you have the concept that smart people don't lie just because they're smart, which is ridiculous. But on top of that, the fact that most people don't bother looking into it at all. So, I mean, what are the reasons that all of these people believe this thing? Well, repetition is the answer. And so what has repetition got to do with truth? Well, there we are. That's the answer. Fuck all.
That's a good point.
I don't know if Rhinoceros is lagging out or whatever. But yeah,
we live in a world where we were all indoctrinated, and then only certain people or a certain handful of people started to question and realize, like, wait, this isn't making sense. There's red flags, right? No different than like somebody in a horrible, relationship. Maybe they can't accept those red flags because they're in love, and they have this, this biased position, and they can't accept the truth, because if they accept it, that means that other people were right, the ones that were trying to tell them to get out of that relationship, and before you know it, you have an argument, and here we are.
Right, yeah. But I mean, Rhinoceros, what do you think about the point that I made? Like, most people just believe it because it's repeated, surely. Is coming through or not?
I guess no comment.
No comment, I guess.
Sorry, what are you saying?
No, I was asking Rhinoceros what he thinks, but I don't think he's here. So.
Thinks about what?
Well, just about, he was saying that, like, most people believe that the Earth's a globe, and there's a reason for that. And, he didn't really give a reason. The implication, of course, was that, I don't know, most people believe something because it's true, I guess.
Can you guys hear me? Am I audible?
Oh, you're back. Yeah, you go on.
Oh, my bad. What did you guys, or where did you miss me?
Well, I mean, I asked you a question. Maybe I can repeat it.
So you were asking me. I'm just thinking, or I'm just repeating what I've heard.
No,
or like I'm just.
No, that's not what I said. So you said earlier that there's a reason why so many people believe in a globe, right?
Yeah.
And then, my answer to that was yes, repetition.
Okay.
So, why just because something's repeated, does that mean that it's true?
It doesn't, but I mean, there's just been most people believe the Earth is round just due to the sheer amount of evidence, which you guys.
No, they don't.
I mean,
no, they don't. Most people believe the Earth's a globe because they're told repeatedly. Like, most of them don't know how far the sun is, allegedly. They don't know how far the moon is, allegedly. They don't know the radius of the Earth. They don't know who Eratosthenes is. They've never even heard his name. Right? They don't know about the San Leon experiment. They don't know any of this supposed evidence, let alone the, quite frankly, brain-dead, obvious refutations to all of them. So,
actually, Crypto, can we talk about that experiment that Eratosthenes did? I think I heard earlier that the reason that you guys debunk it is because you believe that the assumption is made that light rays are coming in parallel, right?
Oh, there's about 8 different reasons that it's completely invalid, but I can give you the one that I like to really attack it with is the methodology itself, because if the methodology is invalid, then there's no point even discussing the rest. Did you know that you can calculate the radius of a flat floor using Eratosthenes?
The radius of a flat floor?
Yeah.
The radius from like the middle of the floor to the edge of the floor, or what? What do you mean when you say radius?
No, the radius of the straight edge.
I don't know what you mean. Can you say it in a different way?
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, does it? But you can do it with his method. That's why the method is bollocks. Okay. Well, do you understand Eratosthenes' method at all? The mathematical element?
I believe so. I have a general understanding. I don't think I could. I'd have to look up the actual equation, but
well, we can go through it. So the idea is that
this is your sheer evidence. You don't know what it is.
What?
You said all the sheer evidence of the globe, but you don't know what that evidence is. Seeing that you don't know Eratosthenes.
No, I was just asking why you debunk it the way. I wasn't claiming it as evidence.
You made a claim that there is the sheer evidence. That's why you think it's a globe. All the sheer evidence is what you said. Did you not say that?
Yeah, did I say Eratosthenes' experiment was my evidence? No, I didn't.
I brought up
not the sheer evidence. That's what you're saying?
I brought up. Can I just finish it because I need to head off in a sec. Actually, maybe not, but whatever. Yeah. So Eratosthenes. The idea is that you're basically calculating the size of a sphere based on the differential shadow angles of two straight sticks that are plumb. Does that make sense?
When you say plumb, what do you mean? Plumb to what?
Well, to the center of the Earth.
Two sticks that are plumb to the center of the Earth. Yeah, or I agree with that.
So the idea is that you've got like a light source in the sky, and the light source is shining down. One stick has no shadow, and that's very important because maybe. But anyway, one stick has no shadow, and the other one has an angle that you can measure, right? So in this methodology, it's 7.2 degrees, which is easily divisible by 360 degrees, so it gives you 1/50th. That then tells you that the distance between those two sticks is 1/50th of the total. So you then it's mathematically, easy to work that out. Problem is, of course, is that you can do that on a flat surface. So if you were to take, say, a light source in the sky, I've got two aerials here, so I'll just use aerials, but whatever. You've got one aerial directly underneath the light source in the sky, and you've got one aerial off to the side at a 7.2 degree angle. You can actually calculate the radius of that flat surface using the same methodology. So let's just say that there's a meter's difference, and I've got a 7.2 degree differential in the angles of the shadows, then I can calculate that my flat floor has a 50-meter radius.
Are you able to draw this out? I'm having trouble visualizing what you're saying.
Sure. I can't believe I haven't done a Canva version of this. I can do a Canva version. Let's see.
You said aerials. What do you mean by it? What are aerials?
Oh, I just had aerials to hand. I was just sorry. I'm about as understepped as you are, so let me just.
There you go. I was thinking aerials were some Australian.
Just so you know, there's a meme in the live stream voice text that may give you a little bit of a visualization. So it's the Eratosthenes experiment done on the table, and obviously the surface of the table is not a ball.
Oh, okay.
Actually, that's not bad. Okay, so let's just say that. Did you see the first two on the left there in that meme?
Yes.
Yeah, just say for argument's sake, obviously I haven't measured this, but say for argument's sake, the difference between those two is a 7.2 degree differential, right, in the shadow angle. And then you just measure the distance between those two. You times it by 50, because 7.2 degrees is a 50th of 360. And then that's the radius, right? But of course, you can see that that's a flat surface. So what you start to realize is that the methodology is only applicable if you have already confirmed that the Earth is a ball via other methods. So it's only really good to actually calculate the size of a ball, not to prove the ball in the first place.
So one thing about this one is that the light source is obviously not coming in parallel, right?
Yeah, but the parallel light is part of the assumption of a ball Earth with a distant sun. I mean, with the very same methodology, if you had a closer sun and bear in mind all light always diverges, right? So there's no such thing as parallel light. But if it was very, very far away, then you could say that it was close enough. But of course, that's an assumption that you've made in order to then prove the ball. So it's just begging the question.
So the you say all light diverges. I mean, if we're talking about a very clear day with no clouds in the sky, no obstructions, like the light is observably coming in parallel. But then obviously you get to the point to where it seems like it's coming from a singular point and they look like they're diverging, but that's purely due to perspective, right?
No, light doesn't travel parallel ever. Light can't travel parallel. It's actually impossible.
How so?
That's just the property of light coming from a point.
So it's impossible for light to be parallel if it's
light can't come from a point and not diverge. Like this doesn't ever this never happened in the history.
I see what you're saying. Well, yeah. So light radiates out, at least from the sun, in all directions, right?
Correct. Yeah.
So there is, for some light rays, there is a slight divergence, but since the sun is so far away, it's very small, and we don't have precise enough instruments to be able to measure it.
So. I already addressed that. That's a begging the question fallacy, because you are having to assume that the truth of that conclusion in order to support the premise in the first place.
Okay, well, let's do the reverse then. So if the sun isn't that far away, then it has to be close. So what is the angle between light rays that you've measured? You should be able to calculate the distance that the sun is, right? By just measuring the angle between the light rays.
Yeah, I mean that's so now we're getting into one of the other 6 or 7 problems with Eratosthenes is that it's not traveling through a vacuum. All of this light is being affected by temperature, density, water, and all this other stuff, right? So there's a bunch of other issues with being able to calculate it perfectly.
Didn't Neil deGrasse Tyson, whatever his name is, didn't he say that the problem with that was that he didn't use 3 sticks, and he admits it, and he even says like because you go based off of 2 sticks, that it will work on either or. So doesn't that kind of like negate that whole like proof of this is why we know it's a globe? Like that argument itself should like at least raise a red flag in these people's minds.
Yeah, I mean the methodology is nonsense in the first place, but then when you start to get into the more detailed kind of issues with the experiment, or test, whatever you want to call it, there's just so many, and so it's amazing that it gets taken seriously at all.
Right. Yeah, I'm just saying. I feel like these type of arguments are null and void, but a baller would hang on to that argument as proof because it only like solidifies their position, because once upon a time this person said this is what is, and then therefore that is what is, even though it totally goes against like at least there can be an alternative thing, alternative position, but they won't take that position. They don't.
And what you find as well, Rhinoceros, is that a lot of these, like we've had these arguments for years, where they would say things like the body of science. What's funny is that these individual experiments, tests, whatever you want to call them, they all seem to be like corpses in rigor mortis, just leaning against each other. That when when you look at them as a mass, you think, oh, look at that party with all these people standing up, right? But you give them a slightly closer attention and you realise they're all dead and they're all just leaning on each other. And it's only because people haven't bothered investigating the party they realise there isn't a party,
Oh, I was thinking the way you said that, it almost sounded like they talk about like the body of Christ, like it's a religious thing. Like,
oh yeah, good point actually. Yeah, I hadn't even thought of
that. But what's wrong with you, Crypto? Do you not believe in science?
Oh, that's probably my favourite straw man. It's like what we're going to do is we're going to assign what amounts to a political opinion as foundationally true, i.e., capital S science. And if you don't hold this political opinion, you are the aforementioned heretic, i.e., flat earther. Right? Well, yeah. I mean, there's just no reason to go along with that. Oh, rhinoceros dipped. Interesting.
And the Sticks and Shadows got demolished, and he left.
Yeah, it's funny because there is a second and third level to that argument as well, which is you never really get there because people don't actually care about truth. So they don't bother going to the second or third level, but that they'll start telling you about all sorts of things like, oh, if you do it in 24 places, then now it's true. And it's like, no, that's not the case. But also, you then have to start considering the factors that they always talk about, which is stuff like refraction. Well, I mean, is the sun shining on the Earth through no gradient or like no temperature? Like, of course not. So do we have to consider that light might not be traveling in straight lines for this test? Well, yes, obviously. So then how do you account for that? And the question is, don't know. Sorry, the answer is don't know, really. And they don't either, even though they will tell you they do.
Yeah, it's also the thing with the parallel race that I like to ask them about, because they'll be like, well, it's all because of perspective. It's like, well, what's the evidence for that? They don't really know. They don't have any evidence. They can only point at other things like, oh, there's a railroad or something like that. So things that are actually parallel can appear to diverge. Therefore, everything that diverges must be parallel. It's like that's logical as well. So
yeah, it is, yeah. That is, I think the name of that fallacy is. So Fermi the consequent, I think. But regardless, it's definitely fallacious. And a lot of people don't really understand even the basics of perspective. So, for instance, if you're looking at, maybe they might understand certain mathematical properties of perspective, but like the common sense evades them, which I always find amusing. I talked to global ones who didn't understand that, railroad tracks perspective is only happening in one axis. So, for instance, if you're looking at two buildings in the far off distance, they're going up on, let's just call it, and they're not diverging, even though they're parallel. The reason that they're not diverging is because it's not on the axis that would lead to that divergence in your field of view.
Yep, exactly.
It's a simple point that they just don't understand.
That's the same with the railroad. You can change your perspective or even measure that it's actually parallel. You can't do that with the sun rays. So,
well, what's actually hilarious is that, of course, how would you figure out that those railway tracks are parallel? Well, you would obviously look at it from a different perspective, right? If it's always converging or diverging in every axis, then you wouldn't ever be able to tell that it actually was parallel. Again, basic, obvious logic.
I feel like that's like the first thing we have to start with.
Argue half of the things that
yeah. But it's like because people just don't know how to think logically. Like that's one of the biggest problems in this discussion. As soon as they figure out like what fallacies are, when something isn't logical, then you can recognize all the globe stuff. But yeah.
Right, yeah. Yeah, but that's also why then you start to realise that politics is a load of bollocks. It's like, oh, okay, well, there's a guy wearing a blue tie and a guy wearing a red tie and a guy wearing a yellow tie in England, whatever. Red and blue in the States. And you realise that that guy's using an appeal to emotion. Oh, that's a red herring. Oh, that's a... do you know what I mean? That's a non sequitur. Oh, this doesn't...
Yeah.
I was watching an episode of Question Time earlier, which is our UK politics show, and I watch it every now and then just to kind of laugh at how pathetic the MPs in this country are. So you've got like two MPs, and just everything that came out of their mouth is illogical. Everything. It's just like people are clapping this shit. It's just, oh man.
And not only that, and then they're also like talking for like 10 minutes about something, and it's like, well, what did you actually say? You didn't say anything.
Right.
You just kind of dance around the issue. It's like, come on.
Yeah. Well, I mean, of course, this whole the whole show is a sham anyway, so I'm not going to even pretend like the audience is organically, chosen from real people or whatever. But one of the questions went to one of these MPs, and they said basically something like, do you think that we should stop outsourcing jobs to China and actually produce some stuff ourselves, something like this? And then they were like, no. Oh, and it was to do with the net zero shit, right? So they were like, then the red herring came in. Oh, but this area of England has produced 1,000 green jobs. It's like, that's nice, but how many jobs have been lost because of the same policy? Not addressed. Right? So, of course, the question was about how many jobs have been lost based on the policy, not it's like basically the answer was, oh, if I gambled and I spent 50 quid and I got £10 back, how much money did I lose? And the politician's just gone, well, you won £10. So look, you haven't included the stake. I don't know. You know what I'm trying to say.
That sounds pretty similar to our politics.
So you're a conservative then, Crypto?
What am I doing, sorry?
So you're a conservative then?
No, certainly not a small C. Well, I'm not a big C conservative, no way. I mean, did you mean big C or small C?
It sounds like you're talking like a conservative aspect.
No, I think the Conservative Party in the UK are ourselves as well. So I don't know if that answers your question.
Yeah, I think it's worth pointing out you don't have to be a conservative to not want to be taxed into oblivion.
Right. Yeah, you can be a libertarian. We don't really have a viable libertarian party in the UK, though. Just do my thing. Don't vote for anyone because they will lie to you anyway. None of them have any power to change anything regardless. It's So would anyone like to introduce a new topic? What are you doing? That's a no then.
I can kind of think of one, but it just seems a little odd. But it was like the most advanced technological or most valuable things that you or your friends have ever obtained that were originally meant for the garbage can, one way or another, but didn't go in the garbage can. And my example would be a 65-inch LCD television that is now like it's meant for the wall, but it's like propped up on a table, like not even angled properly, but it's so big it doesn't matter. It's like, you know, it's like 4 times the size of an old school television. And like, I don't know, it's just an enormous thing in my living room that my friend got, that I guess it went through some smoke damage through some rich guy's home at one point in time, and one way or another it was meant to be, you know, thrown away, but it ended up my place for free. And it's just like, it's just like I was pointing out to him, it just surprised me just how big it is, and that it's, you know, like, you get this for free, you know, like it's a sign of the times, you know.
Yep.
It's kind of a funny thing because that friend of mine, like, I bought him a gun, you know, just as a gift, you know, because we were hanging out and going camping with each other, and I thought, you know, I'd buy him a gun because I have guns, and I thought he should have a gun, so I buy him a Glock, you know, because I got a Glock, and I just don't carry my Glock with me, you know, like I really feel like I should. Sometimes I think you know, but I just don't as much as he does, you know, and so like I let him borrow the laser attachment, and it's just like, I just think it's funny, the idea of my friend, like he conceals carry, and he's got that green laser attachment that was actually made in, like, here in Oregon, like, you know, like, because, you know, I don't know what that is. I'm a little confused on why the dynamics have played out this way in the economy, but for some reason there's a tremendous amount of very expensive and advanced, you know, weaponry and weapon accessories that are manufactured here in the United States, but yet for some reason there's not a lot of regular televisions made here. I don't know why that is. But anyway, the point is that the very laser that was like, you know, $300 or something, and for my gun, he's just carrying it around on him, you know, this is concealed carry, which I'm okay with, because it's like, hey man, I'm hardly using my gun anyway, you know, or carrying it with me anyway. But like, you know, it's just like, that's a trippy thing though, you know, like it's a different layer of you know, of sort of the intimidation factor. Because the thing is, if you can, you don't ever want to use your gun and actually squeeze the trigger in order to stop a bad guy from doing something bad. If you can, it's a great thing to just simply point it at the bad guy, and quite oftentimes they'll just stop doing what they're doing and run away, you know, just kind of what you want them to do, leave you alone or whatever. And, you know, I just think it's interesting, the green laser, you know, at the very slight touch of the finger, you know, it's got an interesting, it's like, it's not even an ordinary button. It's like a switch button. Like, it's a very hard thing to describe, but it's a very quick action kind of button on the side of it. And you can just turn the laser on and off, toggle it on and off. And then it has, actually, it's a really funny thing. It's designed so it's got and this, I guess, is why it was $300, you know, so it's got the green laser, and then it has a regular flashlight, and you can toggle it on so it's just either the solid laser and the flashlight, or just the laser, or just the flashlight, or you can make it so it's the laser with the laser going, and then the flashlight is a strobe, so you can like use the laser to aim the gun and blind people with the strobe at the same time, which the friend pointed out to me, which is, I thought that was kind of funny when he pointed that out to me. I didn't realize that. But that's what that's designed for, you know. And yeah, it's just like, I don't know. Lasers are cool. It's fun. It's fun when my friends are smoking joints around me. You know, we've sometimes, you know, turned it on and hotboxed my apartment, and then, you know, played around with the laser, because you can, you know, just let it. You can see it, the pathway of the light.
Yeah, just like a smoke machine. Like, I've got a smoke machine with DJ stuff. That looks cool as fuck.
Maybe I see this as a laser. I'm gonna bend down, do a denser medium.
Okay, good point.
Does the laser go straight, or does it bend down towards the ground?
Are you asking me something?
Yeah, you have lasers, right? Laser pointers.
Well, it's a laser attachment for a pistol.
But how long does the laser go?
Are you talking about the device itself?
Yeah.
Oh, it's quite compact. It's from the edge of the switches. There's two switches on both sides of it, and so I guess from the edge of the switch to the very front, it's about 1.5 inches long, maybe 2 inches long at most.
It's just shoot out in front of the gun.
Yeah. You can take it on and off. It has these screw attachments, so you just need to get a head screwdriver, small one.
How far can you get the laser to go?
Oh, I don't know how far, but far enough for a Glock. That's for damn sure.
I was going to ask you, does the laser bend down into a denser medium in the distance?
No, it seems very, very straight. Very straight. Like, at the very least, I'd say I've only seen it really hit target maybe 100 yards away. But from wherever I'm shining it from to 100 yards, the laser certainly seems perfectly straight to me.
The Globers must be lying about that. It said light bends down into a denser medium.
Yeah, well, they talk a lot of mad shit, don't they?
Yeah, one conversation that you don't often get to go into. The only people who are interested to talk about it really are like the serial anti-flat earth obfuscators. Is obviously we went into the gravity thing, right, with your inverse square law and the idea that gas at the top of the atmosphere would have less kind of gravity to tug on it, whatever, right? But that always assumes like that the Earth isn't moving, but of course the Earth is moving in their paradigm. So that would make the problem like 1,000,000 times worse. Because now you've got that one mechanism has to not only be responsible for holding the gas in place, which it can't do, but now it also has to do it against its own movement, which is obviously not possible given the mechanism that we've been given. Like if there is some sort of barrier, 100% that's possible, but the air would obviously collect at the back. The air would collect behind the moving object. That's not the case with the globe. There's no barrier, so there's no way at all that can be a valid explanation for what's going on.
So does gas go up by gravity and then just get stuck at the Kármán line? Is that what happened?
bad news and good news. So hopefully you won't look at me like I'm a glober or a skier if you're a snowboarder. I switched to the one wheel.
Oh, for crying out! No, I'm gonna have to beat you up now.
I'm a snowboarder. I can't ski. The problem was I have a broken ankle, and the one wheel, the uni was tearing into my left ankle bone, which sticks out. And I tried everything. I put gelatin pads, and I'm more of a carver like myself. So I can go fast. I can keep up with you uni guys, and I hope you will allow other beliefs in this flat realm.
We'll just look down on you when we see you. Yeah.
It's all right. I'll look back at you when I see you.
So yeah, from way behind.
I'll look behind when you're behind me.
So you're talking about the unicycle. I don't know if you have a unicycle. You have is yours 3 wheeled or something?
No. Dave's got the one wheel unicycle, and it's phenomenal. And I have the one that's like a snowboard. We don't see anything, Dave.
Oh no, you don't see anything because I've got one of that. That's cheap. I'll forget it. I was going to show it, but you've got that stupid background thing on.
I've seen you ride on it in YouTube, and that was awesome. Man. That was to help you get around, and that's cool. That works on your.
They're amazing. They're amazing.
Yeah. Mark, are you good, Mark? I don't know. Did you?
Whoa! Ignore what just happened there. I went to my channel and in Mozilla, and they just started auto-playing the commercials. So sorry about that.
If you want to go live on yours, Mark, you're welcome to, or anybody else.
No, I don't. No, your show. I'll just share your show when you put it up.
Thank you, guys. I really appreciate that. I really do. So, are you guys ready to go?
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. All right. Let me get to my notes before I start. So. And then first off, before we start, I just want to say thank you guys. Seriously, I really appreciate you guys all getting together. This is going to be a great milestone for everybody in this community. 3 of the legends ready to go.
Right.
3 people that aren't afraid to talk, I guess. I don't know. Right?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Josh and Jason Monday Christian and Conspiracy Podcast Show. I am your host, Josh Monday. If you don't know me, I'm a Christian rapper, devoted husband, father, and Army veteran. And today, we have a mega show. Some people would call it a round table. I would call it a flat table. Okay, so today we have allegedly Dave. We have Mark Sargent and Dave Weiss all together on one show. So thank you guys so much for coming on. I really appreciate it. This is going to be an amazing, an amazing show. So first off, guys, what I would like to go through is Romans 3:3-4. It says, for what reason, if some did not believe, shall their unbelief make their faith of God without effect? God forbid. Yeah, let God be true, but every man a liar. As it is written, that thou mightest be justified in the sayings and mightiest overcome when thou art judged. Okay, so let me tell you guys what man says real quick. Okay, man says that there was a big bang in the universe 13.8 billion years ago, and it says 4.6 billion years ago the sun formed. 4.5 billion years ago, the earth formed, and it said 60 to 175 million after that, the moon formed. Okay, and so what does God say? God says on day 1, he created the heaven and the earth. Day 2, he created the oceans and the firmament. The dry land. Day 3, the dry land, plants and vegetation. And day 4, he created the moon, sun, and the stars also. So I'm just letting you guys know, besides the fact that nothing was rotating around the earth around the sun on day 3, also they're trying to give it to you as if the stars were created first, the sun second, the moon or the earth, and then the moon. So they even mess it up there, So I challenge you, Christians, anybody that's into the Bible that want to step on the word 100 or want to be part of the word 100%, to just read Genesis 1 through 119 and find out exactly what God was saying there. Okay, guys, day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, day 6. I take it literal, and it will open up your eyes to what we're about to talk about today. So first off, guys, I want to say, obviously, thank you guys for coming on. I appreciate it. And I want to ask you guys, can you guys come up with like 3 of your best proofs that you feel like that the earth is flat? What is your like best proofs? Yeah, Dave Weiss, you could start if you'd like, and we'll go.
I mean, the simplest one is water relentlessly seeks the ultimate base level, lays flat, testably, measurably, scientifically, provably flat. Large bodies of water. When I mean that, I mean anything bigger than a gallon of water. Don't give me the whole drop nonsense, Globies. And that's the biggest one. That's the one that got me. And then my second one is Dave Murphy said it. Said the Earth was flat. I'm like, hey, that guy, he must know something. And then I started listening to Dave.
Okay, cool.
So I guess I'm the Neil deGrasse Tyson of the flat Earth world. Huh?
There you go.
Well, you kind of, yeah, I think you are. When I listened to you on the movie Level, I immediately was like, was drawn to listening to you, and also Dave Weiss and Mark Sargent. You guys are very intelligent and in this community, you know. So I know some people would probably judge us and say that none of us are, intelligent or smart or,
Josh, when did you come into Flat Earth? What brought you in? What was the first thing that brought you in? Sorry to interrupt with my question, but
you guys can ask me whatever questions you want, because I'm on the biblical side, and I think allegedly Dave is the biblical side, and Mark, you believe it, and I think I believe you believe the biblical side as well, Dave. But for me, it was on episode 3. It was a couple episodes before I had you on. What I did is I heard about it a while back, but I never actually committed to it. But once I opened up the Bible and I just started going verse by verse in Genesis, and then I found out about Joshua 10:1, and then I found out about Habakkuk, where he's talking about the sun stop. All this stuff was opening my eyes. So I think it was episode 3. And then when I had you on, obviously you stamped it for sure on the secular side and the Bible. Once the Bible says it, for me, my whole foundation and everything is the Bible. So once I found out the Bible says it, I just 100% committed to it, and I would do every single show after that.
Well, so let me just throw out one thing though. Before Flat Earth, I disregarded anything that had to do with any sort of creator at all. And Flat Earth showed me there's a creator. When now, like my co-host Matt Long on the Flat Earth podcast, he comes from the Bible side 100%. Bible is the first thing he mentions and everything. But if you have somebody that's not a Bible believer, how are you going to convince them the earth is flat with the Bible? If they don't believe the Bible, there's nothing you can quote out of there that'll mean anything to them. So I always like to lead with the science, because the actual science, not the stupid scientism, works for all people that have working minds. And then those on the Bible side can back it up with the Bible. I'll throw it back to you guys. Dave?
Yeah, well, my point of view on this is going from the common sense side of it. Yeah, you can do the science, you can do the biblical thing, but the common sense view is obvious enough for everyone, I think. So my favorite proof is actually the gyroscope. And I hadn't really considered this idea until I was actually flying to Macedonia for that Macedonian talk, a television appearance, and I thought I had to come up with some ideas to actually speak on. So I was sitting on the plane, and I was thinking, well, okay, in this plane there's a gyroscope in the artificial horizon. And I thought, well, if the plane is going over the curve of the horizon, then the artificial horizon should actually start rolling backwards. And so I actually asked the pilot, and he said, oh, no, we never have to adjust the artificial horizon in mid-flight. So, yeah. Just I have to step back on this then. Thing about a gyroscope, when you spin a gyroscope, it is what's known as rigid in space. It is, it spins around and wants to sustain its orientation no matter what. It doesn't matter where it is on Earth, it doesn't matter the direction of gravity, nothing. It will just stay in its orientation, okay? And it will resist anyone trying to change that orientation. So in the artificial horizon, it's based on a gyroscope. They spin it up just before they take off and get the reference to the local ground, the ground level. Okay. Now the plane, as it takes off, the plane moves around the gyroscope. Okay. So the gyroscope maintains that reference to level. So when that plane goes over the curve of the horizon, it should again maintain its rigidity in space. And it does. And even the globers have to acknowledge it, because first time they started to try and debunk it, the first thing they would say is, oh, but the gyroscope aligns to the center of the Earth. And we could disprove it. We disproved that. And then they had to come back with pendulous veins and things like that. But the gyroscope for me remains the top, proof for the flat Earth.
Nice. Okay, and Mark Sargent, you have the proofs, in your video, so I'm sure you have a lot as well.
You're muted, Mark.
Thank you, by the way, for mentioning that before I even said a word.
I know your style. I know your style.
Thank you. I try not to hit the mute button. All right. Anyway, the three big ones for me were the ones I didn't include. The ones that I learned later. First would have been long distance photography, because I never mentioned photography in the clues. And people just start calling me up. It's like, yeah, dude, I went to the beach and started shooting long distance. I'm going, why the hell would you do that? It's like, because water, it's absolutely level all the time. I'm going, it's perfectly flat, because I was a big fan of the Orlando Ferguson map when I first did this. The second one, which is my favorite, is gravity versus the vacuum of space. I love using that example on people, because it especially if you have anybody with a science background, because it usually stops them dead in their tracks, because they just don't know what to do with it. It's like next question. And last but not least would be the Van Allen radiation belts, which I'm going to talk about this week in my podcast, because when they're preparing, Dave, you probably already saw, they're postponing the Artemis mission, which is the
there was too many people watching close up.
Yeah, exactly. I seriously don't know how they're going to pull that off. But in one of the articles, they were talking about cosmic radiation versus the Van Allen radiation, and they actually said I'm not kidding you. The quote is the safety of the Van Allen belts. It's like, what are you talking about? How did that even happen? Like the Van Allen belts. Oh no, you're perfectly fine there. It's when you get out of there in the cosmic radiation. So anyway, those are definitely my big three, and I use them whenever I can. Sorry, go ahead.
Dave.
Can I ask? Can you expand on the gravity one? Because I don't think I've heard you talking about.
Oh, that, sure. Well, okay, maybe you haven't. So, gravity versus the vacuum of space, which is, and Dave usually does it with a straw and a glass. How gravity is, you can actually create a little vacuum field, and how can you suck soda, through a straw? And what I try to remind people is there's lots of things in the movies which are done for dramatic effect. And one of them is that they absolutely diminish the power of a vacuum. And I know scientists like, there's no such thing as the power of vacuum, where, you get a hole in the fuselage in a spaceship and you just hear this, it's like, oh, we only have 2 minutes of air left. Somebody get something, some chewing gum to stick in the hole. And
stick their thumb in the hole.
yeah, exactly. And I try to remind people, like, look, you don't have to be in space to do this. We've got, between submarines and deep wells, oil, rigs, there's some pressure environments. We've had some horrible accidents in the past, and people don't get that it's absolutely instantaneous. Absolutely instantaneous. When the vacuum versus non-vacuum, there's no middle ground there. And I encourage people to look up. There's a wonderful video. I don't know why the Germans do this, called Vacuum versus a Steel Rail Car, where they apply a vacuum to the inside of a steel, not aluminum rail car, and it absolutely crushes it instantaneously. Anyway, point is that if you had a vacuum chamber above you, in your second floor of your building with a valve, and you pop that valve, what would happen? It'd be instantaneous. It would equalize. Right. It'd be, in fact, you might even be sucked up. Your head might get stuck up there, but it'd be really violent and very instantaneous. And the vacuum would do it every single time. And I go, okay, when you go outside, what happens? I go, why is our atmosphere still here? And every single time, the knee-jerk response is, well, it's gravity. It's gravity. I go, you mean the same gravity that couldn't keep the air in your living room from going upstairs? That gravity? Right there. And I've even had people, a physicist once, say they wanted to say it. It's like, well, there's more. I go, more gravity? You mean different gravity? Oh yeah, there's the steel rail car right there. It's absolutely brutal. Every space show in Hollywood ever would be cut short because everyone would die. You know, at the end of Aliens, I feel bad because Aliens is one of my favorite sci-fi movies ever, where Sigourney Weaver is climbing the ladder and she's exposed to space, right? And it's taking, you know, like a full minute to get empty air out of that bay. I'm going, no. I bought it, sure, why not? So yeah, that's my favorite. And it takes a little while to explain to people, but they get it. And I've asked every single time, you know, throw it at scientists. I go, what happens at the bleeding edge of space?
Mark, you have the challenge out there to go in and wearing a spacesuit into a vacuum chamber with another astronaut.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. We all know, Globers, flat earthers, kindergartners know that if you put something in the high pressure, like a bottle, into a low pressure thing, it will expand, if not explode. Okay. Get a Poland Spring bottle and, you know, fill it, close it while you're on the ground, and then just go up on an airplane where you barely even notice the slight difference in pressure. And then you open it, and then close it up there. When you land, it'll crush on the way down.
Yep.
And that's in a pressurized cabin. Imagine if they depressurize the cabin. Okay.
Okay.
So astronauts are out there wearing their friggin' snowboarding suits with their zippers and their laces and soft material, and it doesn't explode. It doesn't expand. And no one will address this on the other side. They will ignore it, or they'll go, well, it's less than 1 atmosphere. I don't care if it's 1/10 of an atmosphere. It's going to explode in a low pressure environment.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the other thing that just expand on what you were saying before is, they say there's a pressure gradient. It gets lighter and lighter and lighter, thinner and thinner and thinner until then there's a vacuum of space. That's not how it works.
No. And let me cover that really quick, because some people will say, oh yeah, by the time you get to space, it's this trickle thing, right? And I've talked to a number of scientists that have said that. It's like, oh, there's just so little pressure difference there. And I'm going, that's not how it works. I go, my example is, take any box, any cardboard box, put some packing popcorn in it, pick, a little bit of tape on the bottom, pick it up. No problem whatsoever. Okay, put the box back down, put a whole bunch of heavy books on the top of that packing popcorn, then pick it up. What happens? The books just punch through, and you got packing popcorn, a big mess everywhere. Why? Why is that important? I go, because vacuum doesn't care about just the little particles at the edge. If you believe, they're going to go after everything. If there's a pressure difference all the way to the ground, in fact, once it got to the ground, they would take the oceans with it, because oceans boil at room temperature. So yeah, it's again.
Okay.
I was just gonna. Sorry, one more.
You can add it. Go ahead. For sure.
Yeah, Dave mentioned it about the spacesuit. So I was taking a close look at Neil Armstrong's spacesuit.
Yeah.
And if you look, there's like a cod piece that's attached down there in the groin area. Okay, attached with 2 poppers essentially. And I was wondering what the hell that was. Now, if you go and look at the Neil Armstrong spacesuit that's hanging in the museum, you'll see that it doesn't have that cod piece. That cod piece is removed. Underneath the cod piece is a zip. It's a zip for them to be able to go.
Nice. Nice. Yeah, the spacesuit has always worked because, and I've asked people outside the country. In America, I get it, it's different, but outside the country, it's like, why did you believe the Americans went to the moon? It's like, because it was on television.
Yeah, of course. Okay, so quick question for you, Mark. So do you believe in the Van Allen radiation belts, even with the flat Earth, or were you just mentioning it to go against them going to the moon, or do you?
Oh no, no. I mentioned the Van Allen radiation belts because that was their answer to try to deter people from going up.
Yeah.
Which is, you tell people, in 1959, you say, oh yeah, there's this horrible, deadly belt of radiation up there that's thousands of miles thick. And then Kennedy screwed the whole thing up the very next year, where he goes, we choose to go to the moon in this decade, do the other thing. It's like, come on. And then they had to go back to Van Allen and they say, okay, how are you going to get past it? Your discovery. And his answer literally was, well, we're going to go really, really fast. It's like, okay.
Wow. Do we all believe that there's a firmament up there, all 3 of us, or is that still open for interpretation for some of you?
I believe there's a barrier, but that's for me.
Dave?
Oh, I absolutely believe. I absolutely believe there is a barrier, a firmament. I believe we're in a bubble of 3D space and time. Yeah, space and time exist here.
There's a lot of flat earthers that say, yeah, there has to be a dome because you can't have zero pressure next to pressure. I don't believe the space is zero pressure.
Oh, there
I don't think any of us do. So, but there is some sort of dome. What's it made out of? We can talk about that all day. Glass, ice, pressure. You know, who knows what it is? But I believe, and I say that with believe, because we don't have, you know, rock solid proof, but I think there's a preponderance of evidence.
Yeah.
Okay, so can I ask you, do you guys, okay, so in the Bible, in Ezekiel, in Isaiah, in a few spots, it talks about God's throne being above the firmament, right? So it's kind of crazy because what some people would believe is that the firmament must be outside of the universe. So we have, if you talk about the globe model, then what's happening is the globe would be here, and if God's throne is above the firmament and it's outside of the universe, then what's happening with the universe? They say it's ever expanding. So what would be happening is exactly what science is doing. It's going to be going further and further and further away from you, and that's what science is doing. They're bringing you further and further away from God. So I think it's important to note that I don't know where not non-Christians. I don't know where Christians that believe in the globe would place the firmament. Allegedly, Dave, do you believe that God's throne is above the firmament?
Okay, as I said, I actually believe that we're in a bubble of 3D space and time. Yeah, so there is no outside of here because that would be more 3D space and time. Yeah, so it's not a physical realm where the Most High exists. You know, because we are a part of the mind of the Most High, essentially. So he created this realm of 3D space and time, but we exist in it. The Most High is everything. Yeah, I would call the Most High the electromagnetic spectrum. Yeah, it goes off infinitely one way and infinitely off the other way, and we are just a little sort of sliver of 3D space of time. So
okay,
yeah.
So
Sorry.
Is God, so God would be outside of space and time, which everybody does believe that's Christian, Jewish, everybody does. What about his angels? Because he does have a court in the Bible, like in 1 Kings, where he's actually speaking to something called the divine council. So now that's going to be angels, and it seems like spirits that he's talking to, and he's asking one of them to go down and speak to a king, and he asked him, what are you going to be? He said, a lying spirit. So what I like to ask people that believe in the Bible and believe in the flat earth, now there has to be a court there with angels. Now, if the devil was outside of space and time, then he would be able to know, you know, the future, the past, and everything. Everybody says, well, the devil's not outside of space and time. Okay, well, are his angels outside of space and time? So what I believe personally is that there's a physical location. Now, God can be outside of space and time, but his angels, I don't believe can be, because there's some that are locked in a bottomless pit, which is said in the Bible, which are physically locked in a pit. But I just
want to take on human form, though. That's
they
the
do. Hebrews 13:1 for sure, and in Lot. Yes, they can. So yeah,
they can exist. They exist in a spiritual realm. That's, you know, we don't have words for it because we are 3D space and time creatures.
Yes.
But the realm beyond this, they exist there, but they can take on a form of a human and become physical. So yeah.
I agree. Okay. All right. That's interesting. And let me ask you guys, Dave Weiss and Mark Sargent, if you believe in heaven, where would you think heaven would be located?
That's an interesting question. I think that heaven would be a non-physical layer somewhere within this realm or above this realm.
Okay.
That's kind of how I envision it. That's how I envision it. Just jumping back to God being at the throne at the center of the earth. This is just a funny observation. I'm not saying I believe it, but you know how when we hear depictions of God speaking, it's this almighty echoing voice. It's like, you know, how you hear it all the time. I just made a video a couple days ago about how thunder sounds in a dome. And these guys went into this big dome, and they went into the middle, and they started talking, and they sounded like God Almighty, you know, the sound. So if God was going to present himself where everyone on Earth could see, he'd be up high in the center, and his voice would reverberate everywhere.
Yeah.
So it was I kind of liked it. Don't know what it means.
So, in the New Testament, when Jesus is baptized, God is speaking, right? He says that this is my son that I'm well pleased, right? So it sounds like he's, a lot closer than people say. If it was, and also like Ezekiel and Paul both went to heaven in the Bible. Ezekiel says that he went up and above the firmament, he saw God's throne. And then Paul was talking about going to the third heaven, which would be, God's throne. He doesn't mention anything about traveling, through galaxies and going past suns and all these different galaxies to get there, because obviously his firmament would be outside of the moon, sun, and the stars, because that's what he said. He put the firmament, right? So I just think it's pretty interesting, but there's some proofs I just have to
correct you a bit. It actually says, it doesn't say the Most High spoke, it says a voice.
Yeah,
a booming voice. It didn't say it was Most High.
Okay,
just thought I'd correct that. Sorry.
It's okay, no problem. So yeah, I think it's interesting. Now, if there was a hell, I know this is off the subject of if there was a hell. If you do believe in hell, where would you guys believe that hell was located? I believe the Bible is pretty clear that hell is located in the earth below us. Where do you guys think hell would be located?
Philadelphia.
I would have said New Jersey, but
okay. Do you guys believe in hell? Just asking.
Yeah, I do. I think it's another dimension, though, another frequency.
Okay. Cool. All right. Cool.
No, as far as I'm concerned, the book doesn't include a heaven or a hell. Heaven is actually here.
Right.
In that, if you call that the concept of heaven, it's actually here. And for us, hell, there is no hell as such. Again,
except a living hell. Except your own living hell. So that's what I'm saying. When I think about how people are doing, for not being new agey, I say we vibrate at a certain frequency. We vibrate at a certain level. The higher you vibrate, the more in sync you are with this world. And so you're vibrating at a higher, lighter frequency. That could be considered heaven. And when you're in hell, you're vibrating at a low, fearful frequency. And you're attracting all of that garbage that comes with that vibration. And so, the saying birds of a feather flock together. Well, people of high vibration attract people with high vibration.
Okay. All right. Interesting. All right. So let's get back to the flat earth part. So, okay. Do you think when they said that the earth is an oblique spheroid or pear shape was damage control because the flat earthers started breaking down that when its actual like curvature? Do you think that was damage control?
It's all damage control.
Yeah.
Okay. Because of what you guys are doing, right? I mean, I believe. What do you think?
To be fair to Neil Tyson, I believe, and someone will have to look this up, I believe the whole pear-shaped oblate spheroid thing was before us, I think.
But I think so also.
Because I don't think he would have said it once we came along.
Okay.
Because every photo that's ever taken of Earth is almost pixel perfect spheroid.
And the argument is you wouldn't notice a 14-mile high bump. With the Earth being an oblate spheroid, if you shrank it down to the size of a pool ball, he said it would be smoother than the cue ball.
Yeah.
Okay. With Mount Everest and everything on there. Okay.
Yeah.
Which is just a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah. Again, why would you ever say pear-shaped? You wouldn't. In fact, if that was the case, that's when he started doing the damage control because. Pear-shaped. He should have had a writer at the end of that where he was like, "Well, it's pear-shaped, but it's imperceptible." It's like, well, then why would you call it pear-shaped?
Go ahead, Dave.
Well, he has to say it's pear-shaped because the distances in the southern hemisphere, right? There's more land, there's more area in the southern hemisphere. There is no physics. There is no actual physics for the Earth being a pear-shaped because the forces that he was talking about, the spinning Earth, molten and everything, would act, on the whole Earth, and it would be, a sphere, maybe a oblate spheroid, but there's no physics for a pear shape. But he had to say that because there's more area in the southern hemisphere, so that has to account for it.
Josh, another speaking of Southern Hemisphere, another one of my favorite ones is plane flight. So we all know how, Southern flights make these ridiculous jaunts cutting across. So I ask people, if on a globe, if you wanted to go from any northern airport to any other northern airport, any combination, anywhere in the northern hemisphere, would you ever cross the equator? And most people actually are able to think it out and go, well, no, right? Because no matter where you are in the northern hemisphere, get a globe and pick any two spots in the northern hemisphere and draw a flight path. You never go below the equator. And they say no. And I go, you're right. No northern flights ever cross below the equator. Well, Southern would be the same thing. Any two Southern locations, you would never go above. But as we know, many, many do. Okay.
That's really good. When did you come up with that?
A couple of months ago.
That's good.
Yeah, but thank you. We all stem off of each other. I don't claim I don't even know where it came from, but by everybody listening to everybody else, I don't want any credit for anything. Take everything and run with it. Run with it. Like if I hear you say something good, I'm taking it and I'm running with it. Right. And if I forget to credit you, that's because I forgot to credit you. Okay.
Dave
but not on purpose.
But think about it though. That is powerful.
Yeah.
Right. And the other thing is, along with that, the Globers go, well, these people, they had to go here to drop off passengers and pick up more passengers. There's plenty of passengers that want to go from here to Peru or wherever that's going. Yeah. Okay. That's the dumbest thing ever. But the one that really gets me is the emergency landings that Eddie documented, right? Every one of them, they went like 1,000 miles out of the way and they got there in 15 minutes.
Yeah.
Wow. People aren't addressing that. Yeah. Like there's an emergency. Let's fly 1,000 miles over here,
Yeah.
No. And then they're all on the path. Okay. Emergency landings is a killer proof. That's why I kind of try to mention it in every interview I do.
Oh yeah. That's amazing.
All right. I do. What's quite funny as well is when Max Egan went to disprove, this idea of Southern flight plans by flying direct from Australia to South America, I think. Yeah. He live streamed the whole thing. Okay. He also had a compass with him, and he noted, because he was trying to disprove us and say, I'm flying a direct flight, and just to prove you wrong. But his compass disagreed with the aircraft's compass, and for most of the flight. For some of the flight, it agreed, but for most of that flight, it was off. And so it's pretty sure is they took off, caught the Southern jet stream, whizzed round the Southern jet stream, and then went back on course and to their destination.
Rob Skiba actually took Max's headings and marked them on a flight path from where he took off to Australia, and they made perfect sense. Here he's going northwest, and then for a very short period of time, he was going west, because we know that you can't fly straight and go into west. And then it went southwest, south, and it lined up perfectly. That's just a coincidence, though. Okay, that's just a coincidence. So that and Dave, if he also did take a faster sweeping path with the jet streams, you get the same readings. It would be the same. It would be the same thing, but it works perfectly on a flat Earth. And I thought that was killer right there.
That's amazing. I didn't see that. That was amazing.
And rest in peace to Rob Skiba too, man.
Yeah,
he did some amazing work and got.
Well, his work will live on.
I know he's up there. A lot of it out there. Okay, so can you guys give any advice approaching somebody that is just indoctrinated to all heck? I mean, I have
run away.
Any advice like to open up the door to where you're not just like, because obviously you go into a bar and you just say, hey, the earth is flat, you'll be fighting. So any way like to break that barrier, like I'm talking about gently, I'm not talking about like flat smacking them. What's a good way to open that door so that we could speak to people in a professional and courteous manner?
Moon mission.
Yeah.
Moon mission, especially in the United States, because there's so much, wave the flag, go team. The moon mission is a great litmus test to see where they are. I think Dave Weiss has done this a few times.
I'm afraid to ask early in an interview, because if they say they believe we went to the moon, I'm just like, I don't even know where to go from there. So sometimes I just pretend that they know we didn't go to the moon. But yeah, it's a good one.
Yeah, I mean, because you can hammer on the moon missions for a while with people, and that'll get them somewhere. And I've even had people come, but even that has a limited effect, because if they believe in the moon mission, they really, really believe just in the space program at large. And I've had people, I'm not kidding you, where they've said, okay, fine. Apollo is a piece of junk. We, never meant to the moon, but you can't tell me that the space station is fake. I was like, what? And seriously, they're just holding on with their fingernails to the space program.
All you have to do with the space station, personally, for me, is when they tell you that it's orbiting at 17,500 miles an hour, and then the Earth is spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, and then we're rotating around the sun at 66,600 miles an hour. Do people realize how insane that you'd have to be to jump into that? And like you guys talked about, the vacuum of space and asteroids and meteors and all these different, and there's so many complications to that. I personally just feel it. And then Dave, allegedly Dave had an amazing, I think it was you, where you talked about how many satellites are in space, and every time they have pictures of the ISS going around like the Earth, you're not seeing any satellites whatsoever. So I think
there's also the idea, because the idea of orbiting came out from Newton's cannon, a thought experiment Newton had. Yeah, so literally the ISS is falling to the Earth but missing it. That's the idea. So it's falling around the Earth, but the point is that it's now they've turned off another effect that would always happen if in that case, the centrifugal force. Yeah. So if you've got a bucket with water in it and you start spinning it around your head, right, the water is stuck to the bottom of the bucket, as it's spinning around. Those astronauts should have been a red smear on the outside wall of the of the ISS, or at least stuck to that wall as it's spinning around. But no, they're falling. They're not spinning at 17,000 miles an hour. They're falling. No, it's rubbish. It goes against, if they believe one side of their model, they have to disprove the other side of their model.
Right.
Yeah. Interesting. Dave, you're muted, Dave. I think you want to talk.
Yeah, Mark, you're supposed to help me with that.
Damn it.
They have the ones that are that are supposedly moving around the land and faster than the Earth is moving. Those are closer, moving faster. And then there's a certain distance where the drop would be exactly the same as the rotation of the Earth, and that's a geostationary satellite. There's only a certain amount of space that works in. And then we have the Epic Deceiver, I think, is out there, and now the James Webb Telescope, which is at a Lagrange point. Okay, a Lagrange point. Lagrange point is the point where the Earth's gravity and the sun's gravity are neutralized by each other, so you can park a satellite there. Okay, and even though the Earth is spinning and orbiting and chasing the sun, it could stay in that Lagrange point beautifully, and we can turn that satellite that telescope to focus on distant galaxies, where we can do time lapse, which means that it's not moving. Okay, right? Time lapse, right? I watched it. I've been trying to find it. No, there was a Nova show long before I was a flat earther about these giant telescopes doing. It was about the deep field image. Right, the deep field image showed all the, we're focusing on a piece of the sky the size of a piece of rice, and we zoomed in and we saw 100 million galaxies, okay, or whatever the number is, right? And it was doing a time lapse where this giant telescope, the person, it was a long exposure, and the operator had to wear socks because he had to walk carefully not to shake the cement pad that it was on, because the slightest vibration could ruin the image, right? Are they forgetting that we're spinning at 1,000 miles an hour, orbiting at 66,000 miles an hour, chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour? Okay. Are they forgetting about that motion? And now you put a satellite in space. This thing is moving, mimicking all of that stuff and moving in its own speed just to keep up with the spin of the Earth. Okay. This is so ridiculous that most people just short circuit and go, well, I'm not a scientist. That somebody with the math figured it out. Yeah. Absolute and complete and total nonsense. And the other thing is, did you watch that's not what I want to show. Did you watch the launch of the James Webb? It went up, and of course they're showing the curve of the Earth. And then when the telescope launched out, first we lost image, right? Like we're just above the Earth, and the signal is all glitching out, right? So this thing moves away, and then it starts to deploy the wings of the telescope right here above Earth. Are they forgetting that this thing now has to travel 1 million miles away and go park itself at Lagrange point 2? L2, if you will. Okay. Look at this thing. This is like, they're like, oh, let's get an old Timex watch, strap it to a salt box, and then we'll make some flashes, right? And then we'll deploy it. This thing has to go park itself. No one talks about how it's going to move 1 million miles from here and park itself.
Yeah, James E. Webb is also a 33-degree Freemason, so they're obviously paying homage to that as well. That up there.
That flickering distortion, that's a nice new trick.
Yeah, look, and it's deploying right here. It's deploying the arm. No, that's the watch band. Look at it. It's a friggin' watch band. Okay. This is what they showed us. This is live. Okay.
Wow.
But we got the curvature of the Earth there. And anyone notice, on all of these fake missions where, we're sending Captain Kirk up there and everything, everyone's going, oh, I saw the curvature of the Earth, They all say saw the curvature. I know you've seen that. But when Felix did it from the Spaceball jump, you can tell he's lying because he screwed up. He goes, oh, you could see he couldn't say curvature, right? Because he was lying. Listen to what he says. He screws up the word curvature.
Curvative.
Yeah, what did he say? What?
You said curvative.
Curvative, yeah, because that's when he was lying. He's not a good liar.
And then damage control on that as well. Neil Tyson DeGrasse has to come in and do damage control. Well, he had a fisheye lens. You can't see it from that high. They just want you to have to literally be an actual astronaut to see the curvature, which is we're not going to ever reach, right? Unless, as far as like us, maybe you guys will. I don't know. It would be nice if they would try to prove it wrong, but they act like they don't need to and just they brush you guys aside. They'll never debate you. I know that they wouldn't. I don't think that Neil Tyson DeGrasse would debate.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't have time for us. He doesn't have time. There's no time for talking to flat earthers. Obama told us that.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know. I sent an open letter to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
That's a great one.
5 years ago, yeah, and I not only did I send him 2 physical letters, that is, her work address, 2 of his work addresses. I put it on all social media.
It was mirrored on 50 channels and sent to him.
So he couldn't have ignored it. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no.
Okay, so let me ask you guys this. How old do you believe the Earth is? Dave Weiss, you can answer. Mark?
Well, I'm the least qualified to answer this, but everything to me says, just a few thousand years.
Young Earth. Okay.
And Young
Mark,
Earth.
What do you think, Mark?
Yeah. I think it's younger, but I do believe that in other civilizations that were doing things before us. So do I think it's old? Yeah. Do I think our civilization only goes back 5,000 years unbroken history?
Or 200 years?
Well, yeah, depending. That's a whole nother thing. But yeah, I don't. Do I think it's billions of years old? No.
I think it's many thousands of years old. I actually got inspired by Iwa Anon's video, The Lost History of Flat Earth. And so I believe in the greater Earth. And, our Earth is just a puddle in that greater Earth. And that puddle is moving around the greater Earth. So, the continents we know of today, they may not be here in 1,000 years. They'll get covered in ice and a new set of continents will be uncovered. And those continents have buildings on them from the previous civilizations who lived there.
Like Tartaria type stuff. All right.
Dave, what was I going to ask you? It was oh yeah. So I like that concept also. What about beyond the shoreline of that greater pond? Do you think that there's other ponds?
I actually think that's where the dome, the actual dome goes over the greater Earth, and when you go to Antarctica out one particular direction, that's where you hit the 13,000 foot, extent of that dome. Does that make sense?
That makes sense for sure.
So just a fun thing to, and again, anything beyond the shoreline of Antarctica, we're just kind of theorizing here. We're looking around. So, so one concept is, we live here and this is our pond, right? But then there's a greater Earth, which you're talking about. Where is it? This. So we live here in this inhabitable area, and then this moves around, right? Our North Pole follows this circle, and our sun follows the North Pole. And so in 12,000 years from now, our world will be over here, and this will be an ice age. And, and people migrate with civilizations migrate. They don't just stay back and freeze to death. Some of them might. That's interesting. But I love thinking about this. Like if we lived here, and just a couple thousand miles away, 10, 20, 50, 100,000 miles away, there's another pond, another pond, another pond, another pond, another pond, right? And these are the planetes, the pieces of the plane. A planete is a piece of the plane. So these could be the other planets. Now, whether this is true or not doesn't matter. This is scientifically possible. Mm-hmm. Outer space is scientifically impossible. We want the right to go explore. We want to get airships back. We want to go explore these places and, not be held in this heliocentric prison.
That's very interesting. So also I want to ask you, you came up with the app, the Flat Earth, Sun.
Can't remember the name. FlatEarthDave.com. Just go there.
No. Flat Earth Sun, Moon, and Zodiac Clock app. Okay. So how fast do you guys believe in this Flat Earth model that the sun and the moon are moving? How fast do you believe they are moving?
I can answer. Who wants to go first? I'll go first.
Go ahead.
So how fast is it moving? I think the sun, for me, when I watch the sun rise on the horizon and set on the horizon, I believe that sun that I see is traveling less than 200 miles during that day. Okay. So divide that out by the length of the day, and that's how fast the sun is moving for me. Oh. But I don't believe that the sun that I see is a physical sun. I believe it is a reflection or projection of the actual sun, right? So let me show you what I mean by that. And I don't know, Mark, if you've seen this, and Dave, maybe you haven't. If I can remember how to spell and where O is, I could find it. Where is my? It's gone. Somebody fill in for me for a second.
Sorry about that, guys. Sorry.
Where the hell did it go? I lost my. Oh, here it is. Got it. Sorry. So right here, I have, this is called my sky sheet. It's the sky. It's where it's become opaque. It's just a sheet. And I have 10 feet on the other side. I have a light. It's actually a square light, but it looks like a round sun. Okay. Now Paige is off to my left. I say, where do you see the sun? And she points to the sheet. From her point of view, she sees the sun right there. If I drew a circle on the sheet, that's where she sees it. Well, I see it over here at the same time. Okay. Mm-hmm. So if we tried to triangulate where we see the sun, well, I know the distance to her and I know, everything. It won't work because we're looking at two different points. And I believe that's how we all see the sun inside our personal atmospheric dome, if you will. So the actual sun, well, if it's a physical thing moving around, is it going, on the equinox, 24,000 miles an hour? I don't know. Right. But it depends on where the source sun is. So here, the example I give is get a flashlight and point it on the floor 3 feet in front of you, and then spin around at a rotation of 1 rotation per minute. So then you just drew in a minute's time a 6-foot diameter circle. Now all you do is just change the angle of that sun a tiny little bit, so it's pointing 6 feet away, and spin around at the same rate, that source did not change speed, but I just drew a 12-foot circle. Okay?
Yeah, that's good.
So is the sun even moving from its original place, or is it just focusing its energy, whatever it is? It's probably not a very respectful word for what it is. It's way more than that. It's everything. That's how I envision we see the sun. And there's lots of experiments that you can do that, like, hey, that matches up with reality. Like you've seen my my eclipse, Dave and Mark, where the moon goes behind the sun. Have you seen it, Dave? You're rolling your eyes.
No, I haven't seen that one. No.
Let me excuse me, clear my throat here. Let me show you. So if I go to the eclipses section and I go to this puppy right here. So here's my, whoops, you can't see that yet. Hold on.
Sorry.
Oops, I have to go back to, sorry about that.
No problem.
Where is it? All right. So here is my fake sun and the real sun. So I filmed the eclipse, and this is the real eclipse, and this is my simulated eclipse. I have a paper towel that represents the sky, and I have a light behind it, and I'm eclipsing the light with a circular object. We'll call it a Snapple cap, if you will. Okay. So
it's a Snapple cap, isn't it?
It's a Snapple cap.
Yeah, okay.
All right. So here's a film. Somebody was filming the eclipse. Now the eclipse is like 85% here, but it's blowing out the lens, so you can't tell it. The eclipse is about the same amount as this, right? You have these two objects right here. Now, one of them is moving around with the camera, so that's obviously a lens flare. But why isn't this other one moving? What is this? It's not a lens flare. Okay. And it's the same amount eclipsed as the sun is. You can't tell because it's just too bright to see, but that's how much it is. So I say that's the projector outside or within the firmament. Okay. So we'll jump forward here a little bit. So here's my paper towel sky, and I'll show you how I do it right here. And so no one's ever seen the sun approach, eclipse, or leave. So you don't see it. You just see the eclipse. You don't see what's going on behind the sky, right? So you don't see what's eclipsing it. You just see it uneclipsing it. It's moving away, and you don't see it at all. Nothing you can do will let you see it. So then I thought, hey, what if the sky was a little more transparent than that? I believe that projector is always there, but you can't see it because the sun is too bright. But during an eclipse, under the right conditions, we're able to see it. So here it is again. I'm doing it again. Look, there's the projector right there. That's the projector. I could see through to the projector behind the screen and compare it. It's exactly the same. It's exactly the same.
Very interesting. Very interesting.
Well, that's Nobel Prize winning stuff.
Yeah, that's good stuff.
Yeah. What? Okay.
But just let me finish.
Yeah.
I don't have proof that that's how it works. Gun to my head, that's how it works. Okay, that's my bet. That's my bet right there. Right, and it appears that that's how we're seeing everything. Where everyone, when you're driving the car and you go, "Mom, the moon's following us." And then they go, "No, you're not, you dummy." Well, she was wrong. It is following you. They all follow you as you move. All right, there you go.
Believe that so do you believe that the sun and the moon are in the firmament or outside the firmament? In that thing you just did right now.
I would so in or within that could be the same thing. It may be above the limits of the firmament, but does that put it, is the firmament paper thin? No, maybe the firmament's millions of miles, hundreds of miles, tens of miles. Maybe it's within what we call the firmament.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah, just curious.
I don't know. What does the Bible say?
Well, the Bible says that the moon, sun, and the stars are in the firmament.
What does that mean? Does that mean under it or in it?
Well, in is like in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. So a lot of people believe that it's under it.
But couldn't in be it? Like, let's say you had a snow globe and the glass on the snow globe was a foot thick, and you had a marble in there. Is it if it's in the glass or below the glass? Which one is in?
Yeah, I believe people. I believe people interpret it as it being within the firmament or under the firmament,
Go ahead, Dave.
In the actual firmament. But Dave, go ahead.
I was actually speaking about this very thing a little while ago. About I was talking about that before you get to the firmament, right? There is a barrier of some kind, about 75 miles up. Okay, because of the was it Go Fast rocket that they shot up and it was spinning and going up, and it hit something and fell back to Earth. And then all of the Apollo and the space shuttle rockets they all arc under 70 miles. Okay, so that barrier of some kind, that barrier that stops us getting to the sun or to the moon, yeah. Maybe that is the projection medium that David's talking about.
Exactly.
That barrier that's stopping us from going. And I believe there's a barrier as well at the bottom of the sea, stopping you going too far down as well. Because of Mike DeGrue and his mini sub.
Right.
I don't know if you guys have seen that.
Yep, the super sailing lake within an ocean. Yeah.
That's what he calls it. But, again, just like the Go Fast rocket bounced off whatever barrier there, he bounced off whatever layer was down there. Yeah. I think there's a barrier to stop us going.
Just let me throw something in. Dave, I don't know if you saw about a year ago, or give or take, I had a guy reach out to me. He said he was from NASA. I'm like, okay. And so we were emailing back and forth, and he was coming off second. I don't have any proof of who he is or where he is, but the things he was saying were really lining up, that he was with NASA. He figured out the Earth is flat. And he said that so you could ask me any questions you want. I asked him about the space shuttle. He gave me what the ISS, what that was, and he explained how that's not the purpose of the story, but we can get into it if you want. But he said that I asked about the firmament. He said, as we go up, and I think about the distances that you were saying, he says it gets thicker and thicker and thicker, and then it becomes solid. And he goes, NASA has the capability to go up there and explore, but we're not allowed to. That's all he said. He didn't say who said we're not allowed to. We're not allowed to, even though they have the technology. And he was frustrated, he said, at that, where they weren't allowed to go up and explore this stuff. And then he said that he was in the process of moving out of the country, and it got to a point where I was getting some pretty good information, and bam, he disappeared. So, now the Globies will go, that was us, and we were faking it. It didn't come off like a Globie. It came off as very interesting information.
So, wow, that's a lot of stuff right there. So that's, if you think about the Tower of Babel, in the Bible, in Genesis, they're building a tower up to heaven, right? So, and they weren't allowed, obviously, to go up either. It seems that, for me, like, what I believe is hell is in the earth, and that heaven is above the firmament. It seems like God is not going to allow you to go to either one in this physical body, and it's just stopping us from doing that. That's what I believe when the NASA scientist says that we're not allowed to go there. Why would God let some Freemason astronauts go all the way to the moon, but he's not going to let some, obviously Babylonians travel up? If it's just a globe, it doesn't matter if they go up. They're just going to lose oxygen. They were so adamant about going up there that when they would drop a brick, they'd be more mad than if a person fell off of the tower they were building. Is I guess in the book of Jasher is what it says. So it's very interesting. The Tower of Babel, compare that to what NASA's trying to do. Why would these guys that are scientists, that don't believe in God, that are trying to prove him wrong, be able to go up to the moon? But these guys in the Tower of Babel can't try to go up to heaven. So I think it's interesting to connect those two stories together. It ain't going to happen. We're not allowed to go up there, I believe, until we are spirit in a Christian perspective. I want to have Matt Long on the show for sure, man. It seems like he's a good guy.
The book actually talks about a certain bloodline who is going to set their nest among the stars, and that bloodline symbolizes got a phone call.
Okay.
It's all right. It's from my stalker, so it doesn't matter. So it talks about a particular bloodline, and that bloodline symbolizes themselves as the eagle. So you can follow that eagle symbol around the earth, so the Roman eagle, You know, there was a Babylonian eagle, there was an Egyptian eagle, a German eagle, and now the American eagle. So it says in Obadiah, which only talks about the fate of one particular nation, right? At the end of days, it says, "Though thou exalt thyself as the eagle, and set thou nest among the stars." So there's only one nation has set their nest among the stars, and they symbolize themselves with the eagle. And the first words supposedly from the moon were, anyone know?
The eagle has landed.
That wasn't an accident.
You know what the first words from the moon should have been, "Holy effing S, look at the effing earth." Okay?
We're all gonna die.
Holy moly. I don't believe that people can live outside, away from our earth. I mean, the isolation, being so far away. And I remember in the 60s, I watching news reports about test pilots going up, flying high, and that they would lose. They like some of them said they could see through their eyes. They pass out. All this weird stuff. I think that we need to be here connected to this electrical earth. It's like taking something away from the battery. It doesn't work from its power source. We're all electrical beings. This earth is electrical. This entire place is electrical. Everything. Our hearts are electrical. Our hearts don't pump blood. They electrify your blood so it can travel to where it needs to travel in your body.
Interesting.
Be a clever safety system. Yeah.
So just recently, one thing that I saw that my wife, because my wife she doesn't believe in the flat earth, but she was like, what about
back it up. Where is she? Bring her in. I
know. Come on. No, I'm just kidding.
Bring her out here.
It's crazy, but okay. So anyways, so she was telling me about when the moon eclipse, which just happened, and she's like, look, see, that's the shadow of the earth. Is the moon eclipse something that is can you guys explain the moon eclipse, or is that something that we don't know about yet?
Oh no, there's something called a selenalian, which happens actually quite frequently, and it's where the sun and the moon, that's going through a lunar eclipse, is above the horizon at the same time, which means that the Earth cannot be causing, putting shadow on the Earth, on the moon, and also the shadow comes from the wrong direction most of the time. So it comes from above, not below. So
right, and the other issue is to get a light, or you could probably even do it with the sun, and get like a basketball and hold it near a wall and cast a shadow on it, and then move the basketball away. That shadow just disappears. It doesn't get a finer and finer edge. It spreads out and you lose the edge, right? The shadow just disappears. Do it in a dark room with a single source light, same thing. And then when you cast a shadow of a ball onto another ball, you don't get a curve. You get a straight line. Did you know that? What happened to Dave? We lost him.
He'll be back.
He's probably on his phone real quick.
Okay.
I'm interested in what you're saying for sure. Yeah, keep going. You get a straight line instead of
a straight line, and when you do it, oops, that's not what I wanted. Where am I going here? When you cast it onto when you use a flat straight edge, and I'm not saying this does it, onto a ball, you get a curve. You get a curve. So I'm not saying that the Earth is flat and just casting a straight edge. I'm saying the whole idea of a ball casting a shadow on another ball doesn't work. Here it is. We got a ball casting a shadow on another ball, and when we freeze it, it's a straight line. And then
opposite.
If we cast the ball onto a shadow of a plate, and I'm not saying the moon is a plate, you get a curve line. Okay, you get a curve line right here.
I see.
Right, and then when you compare that to the actual eclipse, what we're saying is it's not a ball casting a distant shadow on another ball. It's something very local. It's some phenomena. Go ahead, Dave.
I have to disagree a little bit with you. When you cast a shadow, a curved shadow on a sphere, you don't get a line. You literally get an S shape.
Oh no, that's when you move it away, when you move it through, it'll morph from a parabola to a flat to another parabola. Okay, so that's another problem. Either way, it's not what we see. It's not what we see at all.
I think the proof of flat Earth is that there are so many